Alright, alright. And there we go. YouTube is no longer complaining that the bitrate is too low. Did I set everything up correctly? I set everything up correctly. Alright, we're good. Let's go. Hello, hello. Happy Sunday, everybody. A couple of seconds late. Look, man, I'm still eating breakfast. I am a professional streamer who totally didn't wake up 30 minutes ago. Hello, hello, welcome, Cryptic. Nope. Alright, we're not going to ram into the back of the engine shed on accident. Good. Am I planning to make another map? At this point in time, I cannot. The latest game update means that it's just not possible to do. Because the way you make a map is using Railroad Studio, and Studio isn't available right now. There are alternatives, but they aren't very good alternatives, and I would have to learn an entirely new system just to do it, so... Hello, Sax. Welcome to the stream. You're here when it begins, not when it's ending. The curse, it's being lifted. After all these years, finally. I'm gonna need so much water today. Oh my god. My throat is very much not happy. Playing your amazing map. Yeah, glad you enjoy. I assume it's Lunar Ridge. Okay, yes, we're doing good. We're doing good. How has my day been? A lot of sleep. I was on somebody's live stream last night up till 12, approximately, up till midnight, around half a day ago now. Then I followed that up by adding the track diagrams for this playthrough onto my website. Did that for 30 minutes, and then a friend randomly said, "Hey, can you help me with Splatoon? I have only 20 minutes to do this, and I'm kind of desperate to finish the job." And so I didn't fall asleep until like 2 a.m. And woke up half an hour ago, tried to make breakfast. I still have breakfast, I still haven't finished it, and now we're here live streaming. When I started Railroads Online, did it give me a warning about my graphics card? Nope. That jerk face is keeping you up yet late. Yeah, weirdos who somehow managed to get their trains uncoupled from their tender, but still on the track? Hey, on, how's it going? RWS, I believe you have commented on 2 of my custom map videos within the last 24 hours. Yeah, it never did anything for me with the graphics card stuff, because my computer is just pretty good. Like, it's 10 cores, 48 gigabytes of RAM, RTX 2060. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. And I had updated my graphics driver just before downloading the Railroads Online update anyways. The tender took the side rail, but the engine and the car stayed on them. Yeah, I don't know how, man. That was so goofy, but so beautiful. Especially with the engine at like a 15-degree angle to the tracks, but it was still working. Oh, I loved it. So we can drift trains? Yes, we can drift trains. Also, does the video look better than it did last time? I'm checking in because last stream we had, I mentioned this on the Discord, but we had a 2,500 bitrate. You're supposed to have 4,500 minimum. So I bumped it up to 10,000, so we should have things look a little bit better right now. Is Miniswerg still working? Miniswerg got shut down a long time ago. I could see how rain/snow might hurt the encoders. Yeah, but it was also just me having something that was way too low to begin with. It was really funny. Before the update, it was back online? Huh, weird. I didn't hear anything about that. Did I change the weather setting since the last stream a little bit? Instead of having 6 minutes for the weather cycle, it's now 7. It went from 360 seconds to 420. Nice. That's it. That's all I've changed. You know, I don't know why I unpinned this. I'm actually going to be pulling this train out. It looks fine, except for those flat spots on those wheels. By the end of this playthrough, we are going to have square bricks instead of actual circles on our trains. There was a fire in my town today. It was a kindergarten. Luckily, it's the weekend. Geez, though, that's kind of spooky. Glad nobody was around to get hurt, though, at the very least. With the new update for the laptops, you need to get a better graphics card. Laptops are just not great for visually intense games, you know? I used to try and play this game on one, and that was a mistake even back like a year or two ago. I wonder if they will add something to make it so that you can cycle through the weather you want. Like you can make it cloudy, then rain, then harder rain, then cloudy, then none. Could be interesting if they did that. It would be nice to be able to control the weather, because I personally would love to see dust storms here and there. They're kind of cool, but... I should try playing this on my MacBook Air and see how long it takes to fry an egg. A new channel content. How long does it take to fry an egg on a computer running this game? Hello, Christopher Wood. Welcome, welcome. Download it on your school Chromebook. Does it? I don't even think it would be able to download on a school Chromebook. I don't think those things have enough storage space, man. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Oh, we don't need a handbrake there. We'll be fine. For those of you... excuse me. For those of you wondering what we're doing today, by the way, we are going to be doing log runs. Going up the mountain to the logging camp, and then coming back down. Pretty simple stuff. We're still expected to do 15 topics each week on it. Yeesh. Luke, you have a question. 257 or 564 or 566? 257. Here's an idea for the vanilla map. Try connecting everything up as a continuous main line. Make it a point-to-point kind of line that provides mainline service to all the industries. That would be an insanely hard challenge, because you would have to figure out how to connect to the iron mine and the smelter. And the coal mine. No, we're playing on a custom map here, but we have done something like that. Lots of loopy mainline. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Jan. Now that they have removed the speed limits, are you able to make a loop? I mean, you've been able to make loops before. Nothing was preventing you from doing it. We're backing up a little too fast here. Just gonna say I really love your content, and I think what you're doing is amazing. Thank you, thank you. It's been a little bit tricky to find my footing, but I'm glad that people are enjoying what I do. Can you make a loop-de-loop out of track? You're giving Eon ideas. What are you doing? I don't think you'd be able to do it because I feel like the train would still fall off, but who knows? I'm not testing it. That's for one of you crazy people to do. If anyone can make a loop out of track, it's Clyde. Yes, very true. Clyde is probably going to try that now. And if he's not, I'm going to make sure that he knows about the idea at the very least. So, like, the challenge I'm thinking is no sky bridges, keep everything to somewhat of a gradual grade. On the website I host, we actually have a special rule for playthroughs that's basically no sky bridging. I need to make the wording a little bit better, but I agree, sky bridges are hard, sky bridges look bad. I have started... I've started a movement to build a loop-de-loop in Railroads Online. Let's go. Start a petition, man. Go out there and, get 100 signatures and say, hey, can we get a loop-de-loop piece, please? Oh, it's slightly snowing, I think. Is that snow? I think that's snow. As somebody who lives in a town where we only get like one huge blast of snow a year, it's kind of hard to tell what is and isn't snow. The only rolling stop capable of navigating loop would probably be the handcar. Nah, that's true. Could you imagine getting a tweetsy around a loop, though? That would be hilarious. So far, tests are showing really promising results for that the descent from hell. My only problem with that sort of stuff, which is, to clarify for those who don't know, Eon is trying to set up a gondola route going from the iron mine to the smelter on the original map. Just like going down a really steep grade and stopping itself at just the right point. My only problem with that is, how are you gonna get the train back up the hill, you know? Like, you brought it down, congrats, but you forgot a locomotive. 10 minutes ago, Railroads Online was working fine, but 5 minutes ago, it's broken now. Yeah. Welcome to the beta branch. Cryptic, no worries if you don't talk too much. You know, we're just here to vibe, and if some people talk more than others, that's okay. And if some people don't want to talk, that's okay too. We're just here to have a good time and have fun running trains. And bring it up with a re-rail tool and a telegraph office. Fun fact, my audio is a little bit quiet for me. I should not be quiet for you guys. It should be around what I intended it to be, but for me, I usually have my audio at 10% volume. It is currently at 4. I, kinda screwed up. And with how I record audio, I cannot change that unless I, like, tab out of the stream for a moment. Boop. And boop. Do I play Minecraft? Who doesn't at this point? Like, I don't think I've met anybody who, like, seriously plays video games but doesn't play Minecraft. Or hasn't played Minecraft, I should say. I play it with friends sometimes. That was a pretty fast restart. Alright, we don't have an opening here. Okay, okay. Train, please let me in. Game. Thank you, finally. So how's everybody's day been so far? How are y'all doing? Yesterday was better. Oof. Wait. I forgot brakes, didn't I? There we go, there we go. Oh, my day's been alright. As I mentioned earlier, I stayed up a little later than I intended to, but now we're here. I woke up like an hour ago, and we're streaming. How many hours do I have in Railroads Online? I have, let's see here, 1,162 hours. I need a VPN for the use license? Oof. Oh, no, red trail, 1,162 hours. You left out one digit. Kind of an important digit. What is my favorite railroad? Luke, are we talking real railroads or fake railroads? Fictitious ones. Real railroads. I mean, I'm of course a sucker for the locals, so Oregon Pacific is a good one. But I think right now my personal favorite is the Lapeer Industrial Railroad, which is in Lapeer, Michigan. It's got 1.34 miles of trackage to its name. Not 1.34 miles of main line, just of trackage in general. And it's just a tiny little industrial switching railroad. I think that's my current favorite railroad at the time. Darknut, I did see the post. I didn't watch all of it, but I saw some. I saw one of the videos. .34 miles of track. Yeah, it's not a lot. More than main switching services? Okay, I disagree on that one. Lapeer is insanely tiny. I'm not entirely sure that that would be true. Oh god, we overshot this way too much. Thanks, Advanced Darkness. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Given that Choo Choo Charles gave the idea of using train driving as a mechanic, I was wondering if you could make a non-simulator game that uses train driving as a mechanic. What would it be like? Well, obviously the answer is yes. The question is how. This is like horror games levels of pitch black. Yeah, it's dark. It's snowing. You can kind of see the little flakes floating to the ground. It's easier to see over in the headlight. It certainly makes the game a lot harder. I like it. As long as they don't just like have a random Choo Choo Charles come out of the forest and eat me out. Have I ever heard of the Bayside Canadian Railway? Yes. Isn't like there's still a lawsuit going on about it to this day? Yeah, they drive a big rig onto a flatbed, move it one way, move it the other way, and then just drop it there. Both hilariously creative and, you bastards, why did you do it that way? Do I like ocean liners like in maps in Minecraft? I'm more of a trains kind of person. Have I voted on the poll? Yes. Everybody has asked me that. Everybody and their dog and their mother and their cat. Luke, there is a poll on Steam where you vote for what features you want to come to the game the most. Things like new industries, quality of life changes, more trains. Personally, I voted for some new industries and map stuff, but also some quality of life changes, but you're allowed to vote for 3 things which you think are most important. Lawsuit was finalized. Bayside lost. Railway is gone now. Pours one out. The longest heritage railway is 20 miles, 32 kilometers. Yeah, the longest heritage line we have around here is like 5 miles, something like that. Admittedly, you know, that's within a single state of the United States, and there's probably something much bigger out there, but... Sir, my fire? Oh, I know. I know my fire is about to go out. I like letting it burn down low because it annoys people. What was in the poll? The poll is still live, I think. If somebody wants to grab a link to the Steam community post with the poll in it, please feel free to do so. Handbrake, there's the handbrake. Also, turntables are scuffed, and we only have turntables up here. So, I'm just gonna re-rail the train to turn it around. Actually, wait a minute. I should look it up because I think the Garibaldi Coast Scenic Road. I'm kind of silly. It's the Oregon Coast Scenic Road. That might be longer than 25 miles. If anyone wants to look that up, please feel free to, because I don't remember how long the Oregon Coast Scenic is. But it's basically just an entire route they have to themselves that just goes up and down the shore. It's pretty cool. Alright, real time. Can I tender? Hello? There we go, okay. Perfect. Wait, not perfect. This went backwards. There we go. You can't find the pole? I can look and try and find it real quick if you need. Unless they took it down already. Hold on, let me check, let me check. Sorry, the stream audio is, You just linked the poll above? I don't see the link, but what do I know? What do I know? Oh, yes, right. I forgot how salty the Steam forums are. Yay! I remember why I don't go here very often. Yeah, I don't see the link above for some reason. It's not showing up for me. Wow. The first top post is, or latest post is, posts on this forum are getting toxic. Oh no. That they are. Okay, link. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if YouTube blocks the link, which is kind of annoying, honestly, but I'm sure there's some setting I can change to fix that. What do I think about the removal of the speed limit? I am partially a fan, but mostly not. 'Cause, like, yay, speed, but also, geez, certain locomotives are just strictly worse than others now. Like, for instance, the Cook Coal right here can only go 16 miles an hour and has around 12,000 pounds of tractive effort. The Ruby Basin, for $300 more, can go 27 miles an hour and has an additional 150 pounds of tractive effort and is a smaller engine that is bidirectional. And so back in the day when you were buying locomotives and like you could overspeed and derail easily, there was a decision to make, you know? Do you want to buy the fast engine that's a little bit risky because you might not be able to control it perfectly? Or do you want to take the slower option that's around as powerful but won't derail you? and you can just send it at full throttle. It now just makes it so, like, certain locomotives are horribly out of date. And it makes me sad, but at the same time, like, man, it feels good going 25 miles an hour in a Eureka. Or not a Eureka, a Glenbrook. Is there any obnoxious yellow paint scheme on a locomotive? I mean, closest you're gonna get is Betsy, really. Did you happen to get a speed check on the Monty last night? No, I didn't, but I believe it's still at 16. It feels like it's still at 16. Should have kept the actually educated people on the dev team. I mean, they have actually educated people on the dev team. I just think that their priorities aren't so much on making every train viable. And you know what? That's okay. Not every train needs to be a powerhouse. Oh, speaking of which, I just remembered I forgot to do something off of stream. The train guys? Don't ask what this was all about. Don't worry about it. It's not a concern. No, sir. Ignore the chaos. Like, Heist always points out everything wrong. There's not really anything. I personally think that, like, going for perfect realism isn't the goal here. Like, this game isn't a 100% simulator, and it doesn't really need to be, you know? Legally, I didn't see that, but technically I did. Aren't the locomotives faster IRL? No. This is narrow gauge. Narrow gauge, like the Tweety going 30 miles an hour, was insanely fast for narrow gauge. Alright, we grab our caboose, and then we hit the hill. Place your bets now, am I going to derail? Yeah, there's always a balance between realism and gameplay, Eon. Exactly. Yeah, back then, when Heist left, it sounds like there was a lot of dumpster fires behind the scenes. But yeah, exactly, Eon. So a lot of people with in-depth knowledge on the subject may not be the best for the video game version of it. Like, sure, there's a level of realism and detail you need, but, like, Kibu knows that, I think. Kibu does a good job at getting that realism in reasonably well, while also still allowing the game to flourish as a game, you know? And Joe leaked it and the server exploded. Yeah, there was a lot of chaos. I was not around for that. I had my own game to have my own dramas over, but... Alright, everybody, place your bets. If I full send this train, is it going to derail? We're on a 3% downhill. And, with 30-meter curves. Yes, bid the trade. Now you're fine. 100%, yes. Train Boucher too. Oh, Polord, you have no idea. We can do the ultimate trade, Boucher. In the best way possible. Give it the beans. And hello, Robert. Welcome to the stream. Bro, gonna go to 1985. So for the record, we have 1 locomotive, 3 cars of cordwood, 2 cars of logs, and a caboose. Yeah, somebody play Smells Like Kenosha, please. Glares angrily at Spotify. Smells Like Kenosha is now playing on my computer. Can't wait to see how this turns out. Yeah, it's gonna turn out amazingly. It's gonna be a beautiful experience. Let's see. We are still intact. We're doing it. I don't know how we're doing it, but we're doing it. Still got 3 hours to go home. Jeez, that's a bit of a ways. No, at least there'll be the video on demand for later. It's because we haven't reached the climax of the song. Luke, are you talking about like model trains or real trains? That if we're talking models, I have a big fleet. I don't even remember how many boxcars I have. It's at least 16. I have a GP7. I have 2 GP7s. Hey, that's his Loco short line op save. True, true. And what else do I have? I have a 282. I have 2 282s actually. I have a 260, an 060 that doesn't run very good. But I technically own it, so it counts. There's 2 big modern diesels. One DCC, one not. He said you would be fine. Yeah, you're not wrong. I was fine. I didn't die somehow. I'm honestly kind of impressed. But we take those. The climax has been reached and no derailment. What railroads? Great Northern for the 282s. What else is there? Canadian National for the 260. Pennsylvania and Santa Fe with the zebra stripe paint job for the GP7s. The SD20 is a Southern engine, and Burlington Northern and Burlington Northern Santa Fe for the two big diesels. Hello, RWS. Welcome, welcome. The fireman probably got sent across the cab at least once. Once is probably a low-end estimate. Alright, let's push this back. Macs? I think one of them isn't a Mac, but one of them is an SD70 MAC. That's the green one, the Burlington Northern one. The other one is like a C dash something. If you want to show the fire, go right ahead, put it in like general or off topic. I won't be able to look at it till the end of stream though, because I'm not really able to check Discord much. RWS, we are currently running a train. We're going to be doing more mixed freight, and we're going to be running across the map in a moment here. Right now I'm just putting away these flat cars, because I don't have too much use for them. C40-8W, I honestly have no clue. It's sticking over the switch, but it'll work. If I can throw the switch, that is. There we go. Okay, now, there we go. Perfect, perfect. They'll just kick these cars. So I think this consist is gonna be 3 tankers, 3 cordwood cars, and 1 of these. Are there any perks of monthly subscriptions of coffee? Yes, there are, Aaron. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. I feel like I just did. I'm sorry. The perks are, if you link your Discord account to Ko-Fi, you have to do so in Ko-Fi, you get access on the Discord to a super secret channel where I talk a little bit about behind-the-scenes projects, like what videos I'm working on, what the schedule is, and For what else is there? There's a 20% discount on track diagrams, which still means that generally the track diagrams are not that much cheaper, but it is a notable discount. And what else is there? Right. For streams like this, is subscribers, if they want to join in, I always post the name of the server and the password. And, like, subscribers won't be able to join me and, like, talk on the stream, but they'll be able to listen in and run trains and have fun. So those are the perks for monthly subscribers. And pay money to pay less money. I don't know what the math works out to, but if you pay money, yes, you will pay less money. Congrats. I forgot to turn around the marker lights on this. I'm not smart. There is also the joy in knowing that you're helping Stir pay the bills. That is very true. I would love to have a map that was half mountainy, half flatlands. Same, man. That would be so good. Could you imagine? And I mean, I guess this is kind of half mountainy, half flat plains, but if I would love it if it was more, if there was more emphasis on the mountainy-ish stuff. How do you link your Discord to Ko-Fi? Do I need to donate to do so? You don't need to donate to do so, you just need to donate to get the rewards. Linking Ko-Fi to Discord, you go into Ko-Fi, you go into your account settings, you look for Discord, and then you link it there. Pretty simple. Yes, the map needs an expansion. That's kind of why I voted more for that than for quality of life changes, because, like, honestly, the game is still playable and still good, but... I know if I went to the Steam forums, and I know a lot of people would complain and say, like, oh, you shouldn't do this, we should do quality of life, quality of life, quality of life, screw you. Yeah, well, whatever. Will I be making a video eventually, TM, about moved industries and how to clone them? If Railroad Studio comes back online, yes. If it doesn't, no. And I mean, I guess Railroad Studio is online for the older version of the game, but I prefer to do it on the newer one. Imagine a nice picturesque beach at one part of the map. Dude, what I've been saying is, we need a dock. And, like, basically a glorified freight depot. Because then it makes sense where we're sending this stuff. We're shipping it off to sea, you know? But on top of that, you can have something like a secondary port or a secondary dock. And with that secondary dock, there's like a goal. I know I've said this on stream before, but the goal is you have to deliver as many cargo type of 1 or 2 types to that dock at the same time. You put the cars on the dock, you press a button, and it loads them all, and for every cargo type that is correct, you get a little bit extra money. And for every one that's incorrect, you don't get anything. And this way it incentivizes you to do mixed freight because, hey, maybe you need some coal and some logs at that dock. Or maybe you need cordwood and raw iron. Who knows? Who knows, you know? Who knows, you know. I know how to words. Humanity Kills this tutorial is like 8 hours long. Yeah, no, map making does not take 8 hours to explain. It maybe takes 8 hours to do, because it is a pain to do, but with Railroad Studio, honestly, I could explain how to do it in 5 minutes. Like, it's a tedious process, and I don't think everybody should try and do it, because, like, not everybody's gonna be good at making maps, you know? But everybody's going to try, and they're going to be like, oh, hey, look at my map. And that's one of the reasons I'm kind of concerned about making a video on it, but... yeah, no, the plan to make a video on how to make your own custom map, that's going to happen when Railroad Studio gets updated for the new version. Because I know that people would really appreciate that video. Or even a ship, which will be a place where new engines / cars are delivered. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking, was, the dock would also be, it would make more sense. Oh yeah, the engine got delivered here because you ordered it, and it, got pulled in. Got pulled in from the sea. But they were built in America? Discord's discussions are mostly trash? Yeah, basically, I feel like this community is surprisingly toxic for what it is. Eon. Those with bitter, crotchety opinions will refuse to have fun and instead complain to everyone. Those who enjoy the changes are having fun playing. Integrated graphics, yeah. Integrated graphics definitely can't handle this game. Bonk. Bonk. Let's check links. Have a railroad interchange it to you. That is true. If you're looking for standard gauge railroads online, just wait for Railroader to come out, honestly. It's not going to have all the features that Railroads Online does, but it's going to have some better ones, in my opinion. What is the most up-to-date graphics card I need to run the beta branch in Railroads Online? Personally, I'm using an RTX 2060. And I'm getting like 40 to 50 frames a second, so... Sorry, I keep running back and forth. I'm trying to get this car to just drift in here. How much does that card cost? I think it's around $300, Luke. If you want to go for 300, like a 3060, it's $360. So honestly, if you have the money, go for that instead. But Yeah, $300 USD. That is probably an important thing to clarify. And welcome back, Christopher. How much fuel? Okay, okay. $300 schmeckles. Should be focusing more on the train rather than checking my phone for something. Alright, now I need to go check Ironworks. Running a little low on lumber. What cars are over here? 2 stake flats of raw iron and a hopper. Is there a handbrake still on? I believe there is. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Your 6600 runs the beta in the high 40s to mid 50s on Epic. Yeah, I'm running on the 2060 and a 10-core Intel i9, and it's running in the mid 40s pretty consistently on Epic. Can you do custom tracks in Railroader? I honestly have no idea. I have not played Railroader ever, so I don't know for sure, but I believe the answer is actually no. Oh, I forgot. Whoops. But all the GPUs are permanently overinflated. Yeah, that they are. I'm just happy I've got something that can reasonably do what I want to. I am looking into buying a new computer and using some of the parts from my current one, though. Like, I'm gonna keep my graphics card, my power supply, my RAM, etc. But, like, new case... I'm gonna get an AMD instead of an Intel. No integrated graphics, because I don't need those anymore. Had to log out of Discord and in again to get Ko-Fi to work? Weird. Well, at least it's working. That's good, that's good. Oop. Alright. Brakes on. Almost double linked that. Fortunately, we didn't. We're good. Lincoln pin. You know, it is kind of funny. Somebody on the last stream pointed out that my timing is like perfect if I want to be doing switching in the dark, because it seems that every time I'm switching, night has fallen. You may enjoy building routes a little more than actually running the trains? Honestly, same. Not everybody is that way, but a lot of people I've seen have actually been like, "Hey, can you release these maps? Can you share your track building? I don't want to build the track. I just want to run the trains." But honestly, I like building track. It's way too much fun. Oh, and speaking of which, on Ko-Fi we do have a donation goal right now for releasing this map. It's not a big, massive project, but it is a bit of work. And so there's a bunch of different goals to try and achieve. So if anybody, for some reason, wants to try and play this map for themselves, check out that goal, I guess. Shameless plug. Number 753. Oh geez, yes, a 4-core? No wonder it's showing its age. Wow. Alright, have fun watching that video, man. It's a nice puzzle to figure out. I always try to have some stipulation on the working boundaries for this fictional railroad. Yeah, exactly. And part of the fun is doing like building it a different way, you know, trying something wildly different. Yeah, I know my fire temp's going down. I am very diligent about letting it burn down just to annoy my chat. If I donate a super chat to you, will it work? Yes. On the last stream, we got a $5 super chat, and YouTube paid me $3.50. What is the name of the engine? It is Saskatoon. All the locomotives on this line are named after berries of some type, and it's known as the Saskatoon berry or the June berry, apparently, and it looks kind of like the locomotive. So, number 23, Saskatoon. Set a super chat goal. What was the inspiration behind No Home for a Hero? Ew boy, that is a very long story. And if I went into it, I would spoil some of the story beats. But there were two different things that inspired it, and I'm not going to say one because, again, spoils a very major part of it in the future. But the original was it was Stephen King's The Langoliers. I was watching Corridor Crew's VFX artist react, And they had the really shitty adaptation. They showed the VFX for that, and they gave a very simple plot synopsis. And it was like, oh, they went to an alternate reality, and these creatures are destroying it. And I just asked myself the simple question, well, what if the creature didn't want to destroy it? And so originally the story only had Philip and a different character who's since been removed called Astoli. And Astoli was basically just a personification of the end of the world void thing. And the entire story was just a simple, short story that was an existential crisis of Philip doing his surveyor stuff, and Astoli just coming in, destroying the world, and the two of them having an argument about mortality and the meaning of life. And over time it's changed and it's evolved, and it became this, thanks to something else which I can't really discuss because it would be major spoilers. And Red Trail, as I said just like a moment before, Super Chats work, but the YouTube takes a lot of the money, and I don't get the money immediately. Like, for Ko-Fi takes like 5% of everything I do, or every donation I get. YouTube, let me do the calculation real quick. YouTube takes 30%. Yes, I know, I need more coal. But it's not YouTube's money, I know. Honestly, it's the reason I don't have advertisements on stream, because usually, as long as I can get like one donation on Ko-Fi, like, that does way more than YouTube ever would. Hey, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. What am I looking forward to for the next update? Honestly, not much of anything. Because, like, I don't really know what the update's about yet. Like, nobody does. So... And the Uinta's not coming. Don't get your hopes up for that. It has 44,000 tractive effort. It would completely break the game. And I've heard from, I think I've heard from one of the developers. I believe I heard from Kibu on a live stream once, saw them in somebody else's chat, that they're not really too interested on adding it right now. Alright, let's go over here for a second, because we have another Switch job to do. Where can you find the poll link? If you go to your Steam page, if you go and look at the weather, like the news post about the weather and day and sky update or whatever it is. Right. The engine likes doing this. For some reason. But if you go into the Steam post for the weather and sky update, there's a little poll there that they linked. Yeah, the Uinta would be really cool, and those engines are like, they look amazing, and I would love to see them. But also, like, 44,000 horsepower or pounds of tractive effort would just be such overkill. Yeah, a desert map would be really cool. I would love a desert map. Let's see here. Hey, thanks for the donation, Red Trail. What are the ratios for the refinery? 12 units of oil, 2 units of lumber, and 1 unit of pipes produces 5 barrels on both outputs, so 10 barrels total between the 2 outputs. Yippee! I've gotten so used to playing this game that I know most of the input-output ratios. I swear I'm normal. I swear I do things other than trains. Okay, that actually is true. I do play other games. It's just that this is the game that I stream on YouTube and like play, so go buy a basketball or something. That's a new way to say go touch grass. I like it. I'm gonna steal that line. Come on, engine. Come on. You can do better than that. What does the supporter role do in Discord? Not much of anything. It's just a nice little color. Been bouncing around from roads and lines, Sailwind. I almost said Swaziland for some reason. And the Demonologist. Unstable, technically no. Backstage Pass, which is for monthly donators rather than just for one-time donators. That's the one that gets access to the secret channel. Regular supporter just gets access to a fancy role. Push it forwards. Oh wait, right. We're setting... I should probably explain what I'm doing over here while I'm doing it. We're setting out this hopper car, because then we're going to pick it up with the train that comes through here. So, yeah. Unlink. Handbrake on. Let me double check and make sure that you did the right kind of donation to get into the Backstage Pass. Refresh page. Payments history. Yeah, Red Trail, the Backstage Pass channel is only accessible for a monthly donation, not just for a regular donation. More MOW for realistic operations / engine maintenance. Bailey, have you seen the what is the rule? Cup cleanup. I have a whole list of rules on my website for how to play the game that can help spice things up. And one of them is basically that. I feel like I mentioned this in the last stream, but I might as well mention it again. How fast is the Porter? 16 miles an hour, around average. Alright, just want to make sure you saw it, because I do love that rule. It is a great rule. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to comment. Don't forget to sell your kidney stone. Alright, let's see. Small locomotives are the best locomotives. Agreed, I love them. Last night in the Discord, I was talking about one of my personal favorites. Does anybody here know about the Howard Terminal number 8? Unfortunately, it's out of service, but I love that locomotive. It's so silly, I love it. Hoppers to pick up wood chips from the sawmill? That's an interesting one. I like that. I once had somebody suggest to me dynamite boxcars. Not if you can't look through the windows. I use first person mostly. You know about the lean keys, right? Where if you hit T, you lean out the side of the locomotive. You have to hold it down, but like... always a good one to know about. Yeah, boxcars to the mines full of supplies, food, tools, etc. Yes, exactly. I mean, we have a passenger train on this world, for example. I need to build passenger stations for the passenger train, though, because, like, you just sort of stop in the middle of nowhere. Denver and Rio Grande Western 168. Don't think I know that one, actually. But then again, I'm somebody who more knows about standard gauge than I do about narrow gauge, so... I honestly don't know what my favorite locomotive is, though, because, like... there's so many good ones. Like we have the 4449, the Polson number 2, there's the Howard's Terminal number 8, etc., etc. Alright, have a good one, Red Trail. See you around. Alright, we're all set. Let's hit the road, baby. A 460. Ooh, a 460. A wheel arrangement, I feel like I don't hear much praise for it. I like that wheel arrangement. It's a good one. Would be sweet to have something like that in game. Oh yeah, I do have my tender tied down. You're right, you're right. Forgot about that. It's fine, we'll just have flat spots on the wheels. We'll grind them down into dust. Yep, that's what I thought. That's what I was afraid of. We're good, we're fine. Hell, time to hit the main line. I saw in the old tech tree recently that they had two Magma Arizona engines. What was it? The 242 and the 240T. Those were really interesting little locos to see. Those are number 1 and 2 IRC. I believe that the 242 was listed as number 4. I might be wrong, but it wasn't a tank engine. It was a tender loco. Important clarification there. Smaller Porter-built 060 would be nice. Yeah, there was a slightly smaller version, like another General Rio Grande engine on that tech tree too. It looked really good. A nice balance between big enough to do yard work and small enough to feel like it doesn't need to, small enough to feel like it's not a big chunky engine for big chunky switching. Also, I find it kind of funny. I just realized it's been an hour and 30 minutes. And we're just now hitting the main line. Gotta go, the chemistry work won't do itself. You never know. Maybe it will if you get, like, nice, cool ink and blow up a beaker somewhere. Realistic. That is true. That is realistic. Well, have a good one, Bailey. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you enjoyed. Oh yeah, you can kind of see that there's a lot of trees cut up on the hill here. I relayed this portion of track off stream. This is part of the donation goal thing. Because the grade had this really awkward sudden start back at that passing sighting. And so I decided to smooth out the grade and make it, like, not quite so steep. And now it looks really good, actually. It looks a little better. There's less bridges. There's not that really horrible steep grade that immediately goes from, like, a 0% to a 2%. This is why I love small streamers. Yeah, exactly. That's why I love streaming, personally. Because, like, it's just fun to hang out and vibe with people, you know? And yeah, being a small streamer, it's like, oh hey, hello everybody, how's it going? I can somehow manage to do 4 conversations at once. Don't ask how. 4 hours for sawmill to oil field and back, including switching. Yeah, that sounds about right, yours. Oh, I plugged in my phone. Did that pick up on the stream? Is that what happened? One of these days you'll have to teach me that trick. I can't complete a single sentence before. Oh, shiny! Yeah, that's true. It's a, I am just a multitasker at heart. Which is both a benefit and a detriment. Oh yeah, right. Pulling into town. Alright, so I'm gonna put this hopper behind the tank cars, because when we pull into the smelter, I'm gonna want to drop off these cars and the hopper at the same time. When do you think the next video of you, Clyde, and Luna on the peg will be? We already recorded a session this last week. We just didn't edit it down. And the reason for that is because of the sudden update. And it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm just going to make a video on that today. So the video for that's already recorded. We made it to the coal mine. It was a really funny little session. We had some great antics building the track there. The raw, uncut 6-hour-long video. It's only an hour and a half or something like that. Maybe 2 hours. It's pretty good. So in my custom map, I put the ironworks and smelter right next to each other, with the output of the smelter on one side and the input of the ironworks on the outside. Talk about switching ops. Yeah, that's actually something. I know I keep saying, oh, for a future custom map. But one of the plans I had was something like that, where what was it? There would be 2 of every industry on the map. So if you wanted to do a long run with a raw iron between the smelter and the ironworks, you could do that. Or the ironworks and the smelter, there's another set of them that would be really close together, and you could just pair those up and do a small switch job and have some fun. For me, I'd be in the car and point out a random classic muscle car. That is my, oh, shiny moment. My oh, shiny moment might be pointing out Magic the Gathering stores. I'm not sure. It might also be pointing out trains. It might also be talking about Splatoon. Who knows? Okay, I need to give this more beans. Raw iron will be the next tools. Raw iron will be worse than tools. Drill nigh the yes, you are absolutely correct, Polar. Oh, that's a good one. And I do kind of want to stream some other games occasionally, like DRG or Splatoon. Because I do enjoy more games than just trains. And I haven't touched DRG in a little too long, honestly. It's been a hot minute. Oh, come on, really? That's like 5 feet. Okay, game. Okay, I see how it is. Alright, please tell me this worked. Alright, good. I was gonna be disappointed if it didn't. What is DRG? DRG is Deep Rock Galactic. It is a first-person shooter PvE dwarven mining game. It's very fun. The new rolling resistance giving me trouble. Yeah, it really is. I'm still not used to it. I love it. I love it to bits, but also, like, just let me roll a little longer, damn it. Where I live, I literally can't go a mile without me seeing a classic car and stopping to take a picture. My brain works in weird ways. Understandable, honestly. Alright, I think we're bonked. We are! Let's go! Okay, nothing else. We're good, we're good. Well, okay, we're not good. Night is falling again, and I'm going to need to do a little bit of last-minute shunting. Yeah, I know about that thing, Jors, where you get more speed, where your speed is tied to the train a little bit, but I don't really care too much. As long as I'm getting the job done at a reasonable pace, all is well. Okay, let's see here. My dad would love to live where you are, Naval. While he's more of a train fanatic, he is also a car fanatic to some degree. Okay, let's see. Link and pin. I think sometimes the trains derail too quick when trying to couple. Yes. Especially with tenders. We had some very weird moments with tenders last night on Eon Raptor's stream. One that decided it wanted to multi-track drift and then uncouple from the train. One that was at a 90-degree angle from the ground. And one that decided to sandwich itself between the freight depot and a bunch of loaded cars. Alright, let's hit the road again. We have beams, oil, 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 well empty, but hopper, cord, caboose. Okay, perfect. Alright, let's roll. And get ourselves another scoop of coal while I'm at it. Now we just sit back, relax, and ride the rails. So how's everybody's day going so far? A creaky chair. Yeah, I need to get a new chair, honestly. We've been looking into getting a better one because I've been having some serious back pains, and we're thinking that replacing the chair might help, but we do have a hand-me-down chair that was like $750 when it was bought new, so maybe it's not worth changing? I don't know. My day's doing pretty good. Again, as I mentioned, I am on low amounts of sleep. I didn't get very good sleep last night, but stream's been fun. Had some good fun before I went to bed last night at like 1 in the morning, helping somebody with the stream and helping somebody play some Splatoon. The Arcade in Attica Historic Railroad. I don't think I've heard of that one before. Or I just sit bad on it? I would hope not. My posture is reasonable. I'm not doing something weird where I'm slouching down in my chair and like leaning forward and putting my butt on the front of it and my back leaning horribly back. Is this save on my website? The track diagrams are, the save is not. There's a little bit of info on when I will be willing to release the save. And there's a donation goal on Ko-Fi. Because a lot of people have been asking that I publish this save. And, so I've set up a small donation goal, and if people want it, I'll post it for the public. Okay, I gotta back it up around a car. Got it, got it. Welcome back, by the way, Aaron, and, I would butcher that name horribly. Jarton, maybe? I don't know. I keep calm and blame America for not teaching me enough languages to understand the linguistics of that. Linguistics, is that the word I'm thinking of? Who knows, who cares? I did not back that up anywhere near enough. Phonetics, yes, there we go, that's the word. Not linguistics. I mean, I think that's a word still, but... I might be wrong. Oh, I'm not worrying about your last name, Aaron. I'm worrying about the other person who just came back, whose Danish name I am very horrible at pronouncing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I missed the load. Well, that's so easy to fix. Up. Thank you, game. It is always fun to see all the different naming styles from around the world, you know? Like, even if I'm American and I only know so much stuff, it's always cool to see how different countries handle different things. I don't know. Yes, counting with stir. I am now the Count from Sesame Street. Oh, right. I forgot J's are pronounced differently in other parts of the world. Used to run a Baldwin 460, but it's currently in storage and currently run an Alco 280. Yeah, we have something like that too, where we've had to swap out our engines in the local heritage line, sadly. It's a bit of a shame, because, you know, we run the 4449 out here, but we haven't been able to because of the weight limit restrictions. I say we run, I'm not a part of the Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation. I'm just speaking from the experience of somebody who observes the place and is a local. It's hard to explain how you say it. Yeah. It's kind of hard to explain languages just through text. Not impossible, but... You don't say the G, you use the H? Interesting. Username discrepancies. It's actually really funny because I said earlier like, oh, I'm stir. Oh wait, no, I didn't say it earlier, but it feels like on every other platform, or like half the platforms that I'm on, I have a different username. On Twitter, I have DataV. On Twitch, I have Slammo. On YouTube, I have Storage Unit. Discord, I have Stir. On Tumblr, I have something completely different. On Steam, I have Stir, so I guess there's some continuity. For those of you wondering where we are right now, we are currently on the run down to the smelter, right here. So, blame the advanced darkness for making it impossible to see stuff, but we're getting somewhere. It's kind of fun to talk about you to other people without them realizing you're part of the conversation. Dude, it's so funny. The first time I joined one of your streams, and I'm like, yeah, I got pinged on Twitter. I'm like, wait. Oh, wait, you're... Oh, that was such a good moment. And, I mean, the reason that I changed my username, or that I had a different username on Twitch, was specifically to troll people, so it's fitting that it works. It's doing its job. Oh man, we're not gonna see the big Bridge of Doom in daylight. Dang it. Man. Well. You can kind of see the pillar of smoke over there coming out of one of the smelter smokestacks. A little tricky, but we're coming up on it. Feed the loco some coal. I'm getting low. I'm fine. I try really hard to give people credit for their work, but I have to walk that line that it doesn't come off as riding coattails, because then not the intent of it at all. Yeah, no, I do get that sort of fear, but personally, I don't feel like you've been doing that with me, at least. I don't think this train is going to stop fast enough. So I'm going to hit some handbrakes. Oh wait, no, we just need the caboose to stop, right, not the full train. So I can take off this handbrake. Perfect, perfect. Well, this is a screenshot. I'm sending that one in the Discord in a moment here, hold on. Let's go over to screenshots, Control V, send, go back to YouTube. If you ever come to Western New York, visit the Arcadia in Attica, that's a bit of a ways out because, you know, I'm on the West Coast. I'm on Portland, Oregon. A little bit far. I have been out there before, not to New York, but I've been to Washington, D.C., but that was like for 2 days. It was just because my father wanted to go there. perfect. We just barely cleared the switch. Heck yeah. But I don't know why it set to that when I made my account. Why it set to your dad's name? That is a very peculiar thing for YouTube to do. Checking out videos on Railroads Online, would you recommend it in its current early access stage, or should I wait for the complete version? I think the answer depends on what you kind of look for in a game. And it also depends on your PC specs, because the latest update has really screwed over some people with like laptops and whatnot. And for someone like me, you know, I'm playing this just fine, but that's because I have a 10-core PC with the 2060 graphics card. So I think overall this game is a blast. I have played it for 1,000 hours. Actually, almost 1,200 at this point. And the game definitely has its flaws. It definitely has its quirks, its frustrations, and a very difficult learning curve that needs to be fixed. But if you are either a serious train nut, or you have, or maybe, well, not serious train nut, but somebody who really likes running trains, or you're somebody who has a good group of friends to play it with, or maybe just like an online group that you can play it with, I think it's worth the money. I think it's worth the time. But worst case scenario, if you don't enjoy the game, if it's not something you're really into buying, you know, you can just watch other people play it. Because there's a good amount of content creators out there. People like there's me, there's Khan, there's Heist, there's Eon, there's almost always a Twitch stream to join in on and just vibe with somebody. Intel i7, NVIDIA 3050, 32 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah, you can probably play the game then, like on good graphics and on the latest update. And so that's not a concern. It might not run at like 60 frames per second. Like I think I'm getting 40 or something like that right now. But that's okay. It's a beautiful game. It's pretty fun, especially when you're playing it for the first time and like learning how to play. Blah blah blah. Oh, we're against this. My main complaint about the game right now, like I know there's a lot of complaints about like there being a bunch of quality of life issues, but my main quality of life issue is there's no tutorial. And the tutorial we get, this is it. This is it right here. This is all you get, and it's 1 year out of date. So I'm probably going to make a couple of YouTube videos explaining how you can get started with the game soon, especially with the new update to Unreal 5, which is the version we're playing on right now. But that wall of text doesn't count as a tutorial. It counts as a pain in the ass, man. Do you think my PC with i7 and 1080 will handle the new update on max graphics? I honestly have no clue. I don't know graphics well enough to really give a good answer. But there's one way to find out, and that's to download the new update and try it for yourself. The screenshots in the Discord? Alright, I gotta see this. Look, it's one of those remote-controlled train cars. I feel like if a 2060 isn't pulling 60 frames, this game isn't very well optimized. Yes, it really isn't very well optimized. Polord. The game is pulling... This is admittedly a beta branch. So this is like a demo of what's to come, in a way. So the fact that it's not pulling 60 isn't really my biggest concern right now, but the fact that it wasn't pulling 60 on Unreal 4 is kind of concerning. It was pulling 55 on average. And so I expect these kinks will be worked out, the game will be slowly improved, because it has been improving over time, and this is an early access game overall, but... There's a game with worse optimization than trains. Another reason that the frames drop so much is because every piece of track you place, it increases the file size pretty significantly. Well, not significantly, but you know, it adds up over time. Every piece of track you place, every train you have. They really need to optimize that, especially because, like, you see how there's this stuff here where I put the groundwork between the tracks? Oh, yes, every tree you cut down, that's true, Eon, that's true. But, like, this groundwork here that goes between the tracks, that's its own separate spline. It counts, and it makes the game laggier. Yay. It's kind of why, like, this horrible optimization is kind of why I've been playing with the restriction of 8-car trains. Because the smaller trains and the less track you build, the easier it is on your computer. So, if I was running this on another world, I would be getting some serious frame drops. Will diesel locomotives be in the complete version, or are they sticking to Steam only? I have no clue. I heard from a leak that happened back when there was all those dramas and BS going on with the game, that there were a few small diesels planned, but primarily this game is Steam. I can tell you that. Even if they do add diesel locomotives, the main focus is going to be on steam power and stuff. Have I heard of Railroader? Yes, I have heard of Railroader, and I am in love, and I cannot wait for it to come out. But I have great internet. Yeah, I have good internet, too. I also have fiber optic, 1000 up and down. Somebody, a generous patron, bought me this PC a few years ago. And by a generous patron, I mean somebody who I used to work for and no longer do. From my knowledge of 3-foot narrow gauge, there were very few diesels involved, and they were mainly yard switchers. Yeah, same. Like, the only road engines I really know of were the Little Giant and the White Pass and Yukon engines that they're still using to this day. Like that one engine I was mentioning earlier, the Howard Terminal number 8, that was a narrow gauge engine. It got converted to standard gauge, but it was a small switcher they used in a U.S. Army facility in Hawaii. And what else was there? The Little Giant is an interesting locomotive because it was a standard gauge locomotive built to narrow gauge specifications, but they could swap out the trucks because it was built for the Southern Pacific. And they had narrow gauge for a very long time, but they were starting to realize this isn't going to last, but they still needed a new engine for the line. So they purchased something that could be re-gauged easily, and was basically just a very small switching locomotive. And they used that for mainline purposes. There was also the White Pass and Yukon has some engines that look like the Alco C420s, honestly. Coming to ya on a dusty road. I mean, this looks more like a railroad to me, and I don't see any dust storms, so... How realistic would I say the physics are? Realistic enough to be fun, but not so realistic that it's overwhelming. That's what I'd say. Are track gauges on a national or international standard? They are on an international standard, which is like 4 feet 8 inches and 1/4 of an inch, and I don't know why, but it just is, and basically every country uses that. There are some exceptions, obviously. I believe some countries in Africa use narrower gauges, and like Russia and a bunch of Eastern European countries use 5-foot gauge, but yes, the engineers decreed it to be so. But some countries do have different gauges, though. Like, another good example is Japan, which has, what is it, 3-foot 6-inch as their standard gauge? It's the width of 2 horses? I was gonna say, it feels a little bit bigger than 2 horses, but that might be me just completely misjudging the situation. But for clarity's sake, this game runs 3-foot narrow gauge, which was common in the United States in areas where the track just was like, it was just a little bit too hard to fit in the larger gauge, and they needed to cut costs and cut corners, and so they just bought the smaller, cheaper stuff. It's the width of 2 horses. Oh god, that reminds me of a really horrible story. Do any of you guys watch the podcast, Well, There's Your Problem? If so, have you seen episode 17, The Pneumatic Railway? Because that was a very fun episode, and I'm just remembering one of the stories they told from it. The measured mean width of 100 farm wagons when a particular line was being made. That's interesting. The New York and Erie Railroad was apparently originally 6 feet. Oh god, there's another fun story to tell in there. I guess we have two really funny train-related stories. Is this the Lunar Ridge map? Yes, it is. We're playing on a complete version of it where we're forced to run mixed freight trains, and every industry is linked up to the main line. So, first and foremost, you guys know about the Hyperloop, right? That idea that Elon Musk came up with for vacuum tube trains that he didn't actually come up with and has been around for a long time and everybody's proven would be a bad idea. Yeah, they had those in the 1860s. They weren't like vacuum tube trains, but they were vacuum powered trains. Imagine a cable car, you know, where there's like a third like rail beneath the track that you grip onto or whatever. It's a cable that's being constantly pulled. Yeah, they made one of those in the 1860s, except instead of a cable, there was a giant vacuum tube. Yes, the Brunel's Vacuum Railway. And, I don't remember if this was just a joke from the podcast I was listening to, or if this was actually a real deal thing that happened, but sometimes, rats, they would lubricate the flap, because you know you had to have a flap to make sure that the train was able to stay connected with the vacuum tube, but the flap would keep the tube shut and keep it as a vacuum. Well, in order to lubricate it, they had to use honey. Honey draws in the rats, and so they would occasionally have to clean out the vacuum tube railway because there was so much rat viscera, because they were just blended, because they were sucked into the vacuum and died, that they would just constantly have to clean it out. Horrible, disgusting stories with Stir, Part 21. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need to put this over at the coal mine. The other short story I remembered was the Erie Gauge War. Because, who mentioned it? Somebody mentioned that the Erie was originally 6 feet. Yeah, there it is. There's the message. And the reason there was, I believe it was in the town of Erie, there was a law that said that no two railroads could share a gauge. And so basically, trains could not pass through town because you had to change the gauge. And the reason that Erie was doing this was specifically to drive, to make it so that more jobs were available in town, because it's like, oh, well, since the trains have to stop here, you're going to need to hire helping hands. Well, one railroad baron's like, you know what, screw that, I'm going to build my train through town and you're not going to stop me. So he just built the railroad straight through town. He ignored the gauge restriction. And the townsfolk hated it so much that they went out and they legitimately pulled out the rails. To which the railroad baron personally came out there in his private rail car and shot a few people. Who then, the people then tried to dogpile onto his train. His train pulled away, except for a few people who got to get on. those people didn't actually know why they were angry and tearing up the rails, and so they didn't actually do anything. They just sort of stood there and like, yeah, what were we doing again? And then the Supreme Court or something had some big law that was passed that said, hey, you can't do that anymore. Both the shooting random people thing and the tearing up tracks and making a law that forces trains to change gauge thing. So there you go. There's 2 random stories from Stir that are in the back of his head and live rent free. Oh, well, sleep well, Pontus. Have a good one. Shooting people, tearing up track, and rat. Oh man. Oh no, wait. I just realized something. I'm gonna have to tell that story to my girlfriend, because she loves rats. A lot. And this is just gonna be a great way to taunt her. The Great Western in Britain was originally constructed in 7-foot gauge. Yeesh. That is thick. If we never hear from you again, we'll know what happened. That's right. She took a page out of the Rat Viscera book and decided to do it to me. It's actually really funny, though, because she really likes rats, but recently I got her in a Pizza Tower. And you know, in Pizza Tower, you have to beat the living daylights out of rats, and she did not hesitate. She did not care. Oh yes, the proposed demonetized regime railroad. That is a really interesting one to talk about. Though again, YouTube does not exactly like the mention of that historic precedence. Though then again, this stream isn't monetized in the first place because I figure that donations will give me more money than advertisements ever will. And there's no reason to be like, hey, you have to wait 30 seconds just to give me 2 cents. So, I could talk about it if I wanted to. Hypothetically, maybe. But yeah, 3,000 millimeters. I would make a joke about what kind of drug they were taking, but they were taking drugs at the time. This is confirmed. It was painkillers. 9.8 feet. Jesus Christ. It's so thick. Could you imagine if something like that actually existed? Like, we've got ourselves those good old, we've got the wider gauges for some high-speed railroads now. Like, imagine if we actually had 10 feet. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Mario Yoshi. didn't steal most of the super chat money, but hey. So basically Snowpiercer gauge? Yeah, basically. Remember Super Train? I don't think I do, actually. Also, I guess I should clarify what we're actually doing here on stream. I'm backing up this tanker right here so that I can load it, because we have exactly 12 units of oil, and one tanker holds 12, so we don't really need to take all the tankers at once. And then we're going to turn the train around, and we are going to head back the way we came. Yeah, we have 12 crude oil. Okay, good, good. $18 foot? And man, that's one heck of a gauge for a Willy Wonka sequel. Just... Dude, the gauge is larger than my house. Oh wait, no, it's not larger than my house, but it's larger than my room. That's just... Wow, okay then. Willy Wonka sequel. I don't remember who made that YouTube video, but the fact that it exists lives in my head rent-free. Yes, head rent-free. I don't know why I thought I said that sentence wrong, but here we are. You know what, chat? Let's vote on something. Do we want to keep using Saskatoon, our cook mogul, or should I swap to the 10-mile Blueberry? I've seen that video, but the comment just about killed me. Yes, I've succeeded. I've murdered somebody. Philosopher Fox, we are playing on Luna Ridge. So all the industries are on the right-hand side of the map. We're at the oil field up here where the smelter usually would be. And we are playing on a special version, the Central Atlantic and Union. Which is basically just a mixed freight custom map I made specially for the stream. If I check off topic, you put images of our arcade at Attica 18 and 14. Alright, I'll check them out in a second. Super Train was an old TV show from 1979 that I've heard isn't all that good. It was kind of like Snowpiercer, but more futuristic. That could be something to do on the channel for like for what is it? Patrons will just have a movie night. Actually, is it on YouTube? Because if it's on YouTube, we could totally just have a movie night for patrons. Alright, off topic. Ooh, those are beautiful locomotives. Feel like the headlight's a little bit dinky, but I like those. I love those. 9 episodes on YouTube? Ah, heck yeah. Okay, I know what we're doing for... We're gonna have to do a movie night. This is absolutely 100% required. Also, well, first of all, nobody answered the question. Should we stick with the current engine we're using, or should we swap out for a different one? What do you guys want? And second of all, what is your guys' opinion on using railroads online to try and tell a story? Whether that be, like, a story that focuses on characters, or just a story that's like trying to explain the history of a fictional railroad. What's your opinion on that sort of thing? Alright, 10 Mile it is. We're gonna have to re-rail it again because, as I've mentioned before, there's some issues with turntables being finicky, but... Yes, the lack of braking bug that we've got going on. It's fun. Actually, you know what? We need to speedrun this train, because I can put this away without having to put in another shovel of coal. If I'm just a little fast. Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Do I have an HO model railway? My father does. I have an N scale one, personally. The fate of number 14 isn't the best as she's rusting away in a shed at the moment. Yeah. Usually what happens is, with those sorts of trains is these railroads are like, well, we only need one steam locomotive, so we're going to put one in storage and restore the other one as best we can. I would not be surprised if that's what's happening with the, with number 14, but... Oh, right. I was wondering where I recognized that name from. Hello, Bo. I knew I remembered it from somewhere. I just didn't remember exactly where. Oh, I forgot Lincoln Pin. Whoops. Okay, engine. We need to put the engine away. I need to remember to do that. I gotta go sleep. No more weekend for you? Ah, well. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. Always fun to have more people around. Alright. Brake on full. Bonk. I don't think the engine liked that, but we're gonna leave it like this. And 10 Mile. Now then, let's get the 10 Mile has this weird glitch to it right now, which I've mentioned on yesterday's video. But if you enter the third-person menu, it jumps off the track. Where am... What? Thanks, game. Thanks, locomotive. You weird little annoyance. Alright. Fortunately, it only happens the first time you enter the locomotive. So now if I enter it a second time, everything's okay, as you can see. But it is a very strange quirk about the engine. Fortunately, though, the engine is back on the tracks, all is well. And now, I need to figure out what cars we're bringing back across the map with us. So we have three of these things, two of those, one of these. Do I have any other train simulators other than this game? I do have two other train games. Well, I guess I have a lot of other train games, but two others that I consider to be simulators. I have Dovetail Games' 2018-2019 train sim. And I have Loco Shortline Operations. An editable sign? I read that as edible. And I'm like, why would you want to eat the sign? Oh, I'm smart. A map that's actually useful? Well, check the description for one of those. Be like Kirby and just eat everything. Yeah, become vacuum cleaner. Become Kirby. Oh, come on! Yes, Loco, the game where trains run in the dirt and humans can fly. It's not great as a simulator, but it is a fun game. Are there any types of train sim games that include the New Zealand Railway? I'm willing to bet that Dovetail's train sim has a DLC where you can download a New Zealand Railway. Alright, so... let's take the cordwood flats and nothing else out of this pile over here. I think that's what we'll do. Gonna leave behind the pipe flat, the other two stake flats, but that's okay. What time is it in America? Currently it is almost 3 p.m. We've been running this stream for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I forgot to throw the switch. I am dumb. Yeah, I'm on the west coast over here. West coast, best coast. I'm sorry for your loss. The war begins. back this up. I have never been to LA. I'm in Portland, Oregon, so closest I've ever been is Anaheim, California. West Coast, Best Coast. Yes, exactly. See, I'm not the only one. Okay, you know what? Actually, we're gonna take that extra stake flat car. Make life a little easier on ourselves. Except. I should have done this differently. Whoops. Ironically, I don't even live near the coast. I mean, I guess I don't live near the coast either, but actually, I do live near the coast, don't I? It's like a 2 or 3 hour drive, maybe 5 at worst. I guess that's close enough. That counts. Now, you didn't even say the line right. It's East Coast, Neat Coast. That's the term. Portland is 300 miles closer than you. Yeah, just a smidge closer. Sacramento, 4 years back in the early 80s, was a really nice railroad museum there. Yes. It's a fun railroad museum. They've got a little, like an 060 tank engine that they run. They have some really unique equipment there. They have like, I think they have the CP Huntington, which is that preserved 424. I know they have the cab forward. And I believe that they have a huge roster of various equipment on static display. It's a really cool museum. They've also got a nice little like Lionel train layout up in the second floor. All I remember of Sacramento right now is that when I was a kid, I went there and I got vertigo on the second floor, and I hated every second of being there because of it. It made me feel uncomfortable. Here in Portland, our train museum's kind of like, it's pretty good, but it's also pretty small. Like, for a museum that has 2 operational 484s, you'd expect we have a little more than a building with 2 tracks entering it. Ooh, Strasbourg. I went there a few years ago. I went there in 2019. It was nice. My father and I and one of his brothers, we rode behind the 611. It was a fun little experience. The funniest part, the part I remember strongest, was when one of those electric trains on the Amtrak line there came flying past, and they tooted their horn for like a fraction of a second, and it scared the living daylights out of me. It was gone before I could even register what had happened. Those trains are so insane. It was not an Acela. It was a... The Acelas run on the Northeast Corridor, and technically this wasn't that, so... I believe it was just a standard train they run on that route. Yeah, the ORHF is cool. I've never been able to see 4449 running. Yeah, no, she's unfortunately probably not going to run again. At least not for many years. It's a damn shame, but, well, what can you do, you know? It's just the circumstances. I'm lucky. We rode behind her every year. For a long time. Beautiful locomotive. Yeah, Strasbourg connects with the Keystone Corridor, so it's not quite a Selva's. They're just electric trains that run pretty well and pretty fast. Welcome back, Bailey. Welcome back. Currently setting up for a long haul run across the entire map again. Took Amtrak out to Wolf Point. Yeah, my father and I usually take that Amtrak train, the Empire Builder, whenever we go visit family in Michigan because, well, we like trains. It's a lot of fun. It's 100 degrees out. One of the cars had an air conditioning issue. Oof, yeah. What locomotives do I run on N scale? I have mostly modern diesels. I have 3 steam locomotives, 2 Mikados, both for the Great Northern, and a Mogul, but generally I have like moderate-sized diesels for short line operations, because I like that. I like that a lot. Amtrak is great for cross-country trips. I took it to move to college, which is great, because all my stuff could go in the baggage car. Yes, exactly. The only problem is that the coach seats, when you're trying to ride on the economy seats, your back hurts after a while. Like, those chairs are good, but if you're going for the cheap option, it's a little painful for 2 days. The roomettes are expensive, but man, they are good. Alright. So I guess I might as well update you all on the plan of action here. Our run, we are going to stop off here at the smelter and stop off here at the ironworks along the run. We'll be dropping off these empty stake flats at the smelter and picking up some empty ones at the ironworks. And again, if you ever want to look at the track diagrams, there's a link in the description that shows the entire network and has detailed track diagrams that you can look at. I took the Coast Starlight to Oregon and the Empire Builder to Glacier. Ooh, that's a fun ride. I need to take the Coast Starlight again someday. Been a hot minute. There are some beautiful views on that route. Then again, there's beautiful views on every route, you know, so what do you expect? I'm gonna check something real quick. Alright, all is good, all is good. If I ever come out to eastern middle of nowhere Oregon, I should see the Sumter Valley. Yes, that is on my bucket list of railroads to go see. I think my father suggested we do it one day, like have a day trip where we drive out to eastern Oregon. But is taking 400 milligrams of melatonin bad for you? I don't know. I don't remember the dosage for melatonin. Mostly because I've been skipping out on mine. I haven't been needing it as much recently. Melatonin is a drug that helps you sleep. It's specifically just sleeping medication, basically. No prescription necessary. You can buy it on the shelves at, like, Fred Meyer's or something. Do I have a Ruby Basin on this save? No. This save is running by the Steel Pegasus rule set, which is also linked in the description if you want to check that out. And one of the rules for Steel Pegasus is that no locomotives can be over Tier 4. So that Cook Mogul we were running earlier, that is the biggest locomotive we are allowed to purchase. We cannot buy anything more. Yeah, melatonin is a supplement, specifically. Your body produces it naturally, but getting some extra via a tablet is helpful for people having trouble sleeping. Exactly, that's what it is. I sometimes take it. We got some pills in the bathroom, but I kind of like avoiding taking it. It just tastes a little funny. But Sumter Valley number 19. Isn't that the Mikado that they brought out to Portland, Oregon and set up like some special tracks for once it was restored, just for National Train Day? If you're eating vitamin gummies on accident and you ate a few too many, I don't think it's gonna kill you or anything. You might be very, very, very drowsy if you ate too much, though. To hell, Michigan? Wow, that's a pretty far distance. The Helen Gaylord. The hag. Also, random question about the stream. How's the frame rate doing? Because for me, it looks fine on my game, but when I look at YouTube, it looks a little bit choppy. And that might just be the preview that I'm seeing, because it's like trying to limit how much I'm seeing, because otherwise that just lag out my internet, but... There's a town in Alaska called Wisconsin. Somewhat choppy. Let me see. I might try and fix it by lowering the bitrate a little bit. Because I was noticing it's very choppy over here. Hold on, while we're coming to a stop here, can I change my bitrate? I can. Alright. See if that changes anything. Wrecked multiple times. Rebuilt, sent to Alaska, brought back as a pair simply to balance the barge home. I mean, isn't there a town in Sweden called Fucking? Also, hold on. Let's do that. That's in Austria. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oop. Why is my frame rate dropped all of a sudden? Now things are getting choppy on my end in the actual game. What the heck? Intercourse is an Amish town. Oh, that's funny. You know, actually, we've been running this save for 3 hours. I might restart the save real quick. See if that helps any. So, let's get this train parked, and then we'll do that. From Paradise, California to boring Oregon. New subscriber goal, I'll move there. All the Amish on Amtrak? Yeah, the Amish have some exemptions for what they're allowed to use. And because the train is like a fairly old technology, they're still willing to use it. Because, you know, it would be kind of unreasonable to horse and buggy across America to visit your friends. And they use the U.S. Postal Service. Amish or men in tights? Amtrak. The Amish Amtrackers, yes, exactly. Sounds like some loophole BS to me. Yeah, it's just their rules. Specifically have added in an exemption for this so that they can actually travel and visit other Amish communities. Alright, save game. Let's name this Stream 420. I know this isn't on 420. Don't look at me like that. Alright, so I'm going to black out the screen for a little bit while I set up the world again. Just because I don't let anyone in. I let some people in, but not just everybody. Wait. Where? Did it not save correctly? Are you kidding me? It didn't save correctly. Well, I guess we're loading an autosave. Calc quiz this time. Good luck. Good luck and Godspeed, soldier. So how far back was this save? Pretty far back. Thanks, game. Honestly, at this point, the stream and the game are looking really jittery. I might restart my game entirely really quickly. Give me a second. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, things are extremely choppy. So, sorry about the break, sorry about the delay. Pain. I should have added a screen here so that it can be like, we'll be right back or something. I should have commissioned somebody for that. Alright. Why did it not save correctly? That annoys me. Yes, exactly. Monty Python and the Holy Grail intermission music. While we're sitting around and waiting, is there anything I can send? I could shameless plug. I don't really think I need to. Oh, I know what I can do while we're waiting. I can send a picture of the Howard Terminal number 8. And now we're back, so... Hello again, welcome back. Luke, I just restarted the game, because, we were having some serious lag issues, both on stream and outside of it. And so I just decided to completely reset it. Makes life a little easy. Alright! Why? Why, game? Why? Why do we? Why? Why do we? Why? It's so cute. It is such an adorable little locomotive, and the fact that it's a narrow gauge locomotive that got converted to standard, amazing. I love it. Yep. Let me in. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a... You have to be careful with your acronyms sometimes, which is why, why we have the Silver Hills and Ruby Tower. WWF? What's WWF? Isn't that like the fighting organization or whatever? Just build a shed where they fall back onto the tracks. I mean, that could work. Could help. Oh, so it's not the worldwide fighting. Alright. Yeah, acronyms are important, which is why, of course, we have the ES&D. Or we have something like Eon's Railroad, which is, what is it? Eon on teams, safety, handling, I don't remember the rest. Eon, if you're in chat, go ahead and spell it out for everybody. So I guess I'll recap what we were trying to do before the reset happened. We're going to be running these cordwood cars and a tanker all the way across the map. Those stake flats, we're going to drop them at the smelter, and we're going to pick up some more stake flats at the ironworks. Okay, handbrake, handbrake. Perfect. Anyways, how's everybody's day going? It's a good time to check in on that. It's been 3 hours into the stream. Bonk. Alright, let's roll. Let's actually fix this train and get it back where it's supposed to be. Took us long enough. Man, this update is so cool. I love this. I love the weather. Did I ever read the worldwide fighting comment? Yes, I did. Standard gauge 44 tonner, name of the actual railroad that isn't my silly little joke. Alright, I'm gonna grab a picture here so you'll hear the snapshot noise. You know, that tree right there could probably be cut. Well, it's kind of weird sticking out of the stonework. Oh, that would have been a great screenshot right there. Oh, man. Also, between the last stream we had and this one, I added in this little passing area with some vanity cars just to look cool. So, in case anybody's wondering why the heck those are over there and what this is for, it's just here for vanity, really. Just looks cool, looks good. Ooh, can we get a screenshot of lightning striking as we're going around this curve? No, we cannot. God! Thanks, game. Thank you for your horrible RNG not blessing me today. Oh, Lord. That is a name that exists, I guess? I feel like that one's hidden a little too hard and probably something most people wouldn't want to actually use as a railroad name, though I'm sure somebody out there has done it. After all, I know people who literally named theirs just the CA&B. Yes, be careful with the acronyms. It's very important to be careful with them. Except the C and BT, that wasn't an acronym. They never... That was the acronym, I guess. Because if you know what that means. It was really funny seeing somebody who was like a devout Christian joining that guy's world and seeing that. How much does the 10-mile cost? $3,400. $300 more than in Glenbrook. Slightly slower speed, slightly more attractive effort. Top speed at 20, while the Glenbrook has 25. Its water storage is a bit of a mess, but whatever. It's got a cool whistle, and it has the most variation of any locomotive. Like, at all. It's the closest thing to a Forney. There was actually a Forney on the old tech tree. There was a 244 and an 044 on the very old tech tree. It would be kind of cool if we got like a starter engine that was an 044. It's a little bit slower, but reasonably powerful, like a tier 1 or something. Why Astragon? Well, the fact is, the old tech tree just is gone because of, like, it was overambitious. They had a, like, you know how everyone is hyped for the 2662 Ts that might be coming out eventually? The old tech tree had a 2882 non-tank engine with as much power as, like, how much is it? Sorry, brain. That had over 100,000 pounds of tractive effort. That was in the tech tree. The Denver and Rio Grande Western L101? Let me see. Let me look that one up real quick. Yeah, no, that's one of the engines that was, like, overkill. That is the engine I was talking about a second ago. That is just stupid. Honestly, I just, no. I do not like that idea. The Uintas are probably going to be strong enough as is, because the Uintas are 44,000 horsepower. That is just... holy cow, that is so powerful. At least for this game's context. And those 282s being so frickin' strong, Jesus. If anything, I hope the Uintas are the strongest locomotive we get by, like, a decent margin. When we get them, because they've kind of signed up for it. The 2882 was apparently a Brazilian locomotive, if you're not mistaken. There was an export 2882 that was basically just a slightly bigger Uinta, and that one had 55,000 horsepower. And it was a tank engine, but again, I think that the Uintas are already powerful enough. We don't need more. Oh, they went downhill and sold them to South America? RIP. Mining in North Eureka, counting random as freak tonnage. That's a good one. Somebody lived in the boiler? Wow. That's kind of nuts. A tender? Oh, that's just... I mean, admittedly, the Uintas, there were only ever two of those locomotives ever made, so, like, I guess I'm not too surprised they didn't last, but it is a bit of a shame. Stream's going good, Clyde. Currently doing a run up to the ironworks. Not too much to say. Bye? Clyde, I think you had a typo there. It's 15-inch gauge 482s? Yeah, there are. Those are more for modeling, you know, though, aren't they? Like, maybe I'm wrong, but... Also, isn't there the Garretts? The 2-foot gauge Garretts? Like, those things are just so big. They are titanic. Just like the ship that sank. The Romney height and diameter church or whatever. Spelling can be difficult. One managed to get into the US? Really? Is it a preserved engine? Where is it at? Oh, it's raining again, right. Oh boy. The Heber Valley? I don't think the Heber Valley has the Garrett. I've heard of the Heber Valley, but... Interesting, interesting. Heber Creeper's a cute little railroad. Alright, we're coming up on the ironworks soon. Oh man, they bought locomotives. What a big problem. They need them to run their railroad. Tough luck. Just how the world rolls. Alright. Yeah, they're special, but that just means that they'll fit in better on a heritage railroad, won't they? Pan Am made a heritage line. I guess, you know, we'll pick up and unload that one, car. Also, I thought for a second here I saw that the ground was sticking out, but no, we're good. Thank God. I spent a lot of time the last few days making sure there were no gaps in the groundwork, so... That's going good, Joris. We're currently just running at the, doing some switching at the ironworks, grabbing a couple of cars, tacking them onto our train. Had to restart the game once. Stream is a little bit choppy, but we'll probably have to figure out how to make that work a little better later. We'll fix that for another stream. Yeah, the rain probably isn't helping the stream much, but... Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We're currently just running a train across the map. Getting some cars picked up from the ironworks and then heading off to the next destination. Why does it keep doing that? Why? I just want to jump over. Game. Is that really so hard? Eat dinner or run GP7 in circles? The ultimate question. Oh yes, when we're thinking about railroads, the most important one to remember is the Gory and Defeated. 2 rails, 2 raw iron, 2 beams, 1 lumber. Interesting. We might do a depot run today. Not fully sure yet, though. I don't think we have enough oil, admittedly, so that might be a slight problem. What do you choose? Food or running a train? That's not my decision to make. I don't know. What the heck? Hello, huh? Why did you flip? Well, that's the first derail of the day, I guess. Thanks, game. Alright, linked. It's getting dark out again. Of course it's getting dark out right as I start to reach the end of my run. And we are ready to roll. Okay, good. Thought I was just quickly checking to make sure I didn't misname my stream. Because it would be a disaster if I did. Alright, have a good one. If you don't make it back, see you around, and if you do make it back, see you around anyways. Have a good one. Right, hell, that track didn't load in for a second there, and I got very startled. What do I think about SP3025, the only preserved 442 from the SP? I haven't heard of it before. So many steam engines out there that you can't know them all off the top of your head, you know? What is up with... Oh, that's clouds. I thought that was like the Northern Lights or something. Never mind. I'm a bit of an idiot. Played for 640 minutes yesterday and only had one derailment. They might have made the game a little bit more stable. Yeah. In this session, we have only had 3 derailments, and 2 of them were bugs. Very confirmably bugs, and the third one probably is, so... Fortunately, it isn't one of their 442s that used to wear the daylight paint scheme. Those things looked so funny when they were wearing the daylight paint scheme. And I remember when I was really young, I got in an argument with someone about whether or not they did. Alright, scoop of coal, shovel it in. Actually, I'm gonna back this up a little bit. They were even still linked to each other? Wow. So, the derailment we had was just a couple of minutes ago. I was trying to get these 3 stake cars onto the train, and this third one right here, for some reason, just decided it wanted to flip, so... Aside from that, the 10 mile did a couple of barrel rolls for no reason. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It did a kickflip. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2023, now with more bugs and trains. Maybe I need to adjust the day-night cycle times, because this advanced darkness is a little hard to see through. Alright, and brakes. Cranes. Trains. The constants of life. Don't know whether to play on your custom map or your custom map, or sorry, my custom map or your custom map or the base game map. Alright. The base game map can be fun after you've done some custom maps for a while, but it's still kind of dull, in my opinion. Feels like it's missing something. And I don't know whether you prefer my map or your map more, so. Hello, welcome, Jacob the Dragon. If you want an easy reference for what Steam locomotives are still around, I've compiled a 1,300 plus slideshow of every single one. If you want an easy reference, there's a website that lists all preserved Steam locomotives, their current state, their current location. It also has some UK ones, and some steam locomotives that aren't preserved but are still intact. I don't remember the website, I just remember I would browse it a ton as a kid. Let me see here, actually, let me not see. Because I would have to tab out. And I don't even remember what the website is called, but it's just a website for Steam engines, so. How am I liking the new update so far? It's been a blast. The game has gotten a little easier, but man, does it look gorgeous. I've mostly been playing it on the Central Atlantic and Union, which is, you know, a fun map to play on, but it's not necessarily the exact same experience you might expect, so. But as we can see, so far, it is looking beautiful. Although it is a little bit dark during the nighttime. That is kind of annoying, but that can be changed if you want to. I might modify my day and night cycles I mentioned before. I'm thinking like 45 minutes and 15 for night. $2? Jeez. The only time I've heard that happen with somebody where the game actually loaded for them and then stopped working was because they somehow had a they had old splines. Which is really impressive, honestly, to think that they've been playing and they still haven't removed the old splines. But, what do I know? Let's see here. And it'll work. We'll just throw it underneath. No pin. Perfect. Shunting in this darkness is such a pain. Why is it day? Please come back. Come home, day. One single segment you couldn't reach because you could delete, or you did delete because you couldn't reach it? Nice. Yeah, if it's the new, if you started it after the new splines, then yeah, you shouldn't have any trouble with that. But it is kind of funny how many people are playing this on potato laptops. I guess that might be another cause. Gas lampposts or lanterns in Z Industries. I really hope we just get lanterns we can place ourselves if we want. It'd be nice. Alright, I guess we'll give this a tiny shove. Then get back to moving the other car. Did I hear a small crack of thunder? Oh, it's becoming light out. Yes, heck yeah. Okay, we're good. We're safe. Let's go. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed that this game even runs on a lot of potatoes. Like, I've had so many people saying, like, oh, the game used to work for me, now it doesn't. And, like, it used to, but you guys are playing in, like, such low graphics settings, I'm surprised it worked to begin with. I've heard rumors that top-of-the-line gaming computers with like 4090 had their FPS drop to a crawl at around 10 to 20 when they started playing after the new update. I have a 2060 and I'm playing on 40 FPS. It used to be 60 FPS, so I did have a little bit of a drop, but it's not like it dropped to a crawl. It's just like mild inconvenience. No wonder your $400 HP potato can't handle it. Yep, exactly. Honestly, I feel like we need a game that's just Railroads Online extended. A game that takes the ideas of Railroads Online but puts them in this, like, the visual style closer to extended, where it's a lot easier for computers to run. And it's more like a 2D top-down diagram than anything. Because I think a lot of people enjoy playing this game for running the trains as much as people do enjoy playing this game for the visuals. You know? If I were a coder, I'd give it a try, but I am not a game developer, unfortunately. Well, I can design games, I just can't, like, program him. Let's give this the beans. And let's give her a shovel of coal. praying that that you'll be able to play after this hot fix. I maybe play, but I doubt that a lot of people who have been having troubles will be able to play it at such good quality as like what I'm doing here, you know? Then again, I've got a great computer, so I can flex a little. Alright, let's bring her to a stop and get that oil off. So in the next session, we're gonna need some pipes. A lot of pipes. Hand brake. And brake. Welcome back, Bailey. Yeah, placeable lights at Industries would be a nice addition. Exactly, something just to make night runs a little easier. Though I feel like if they were placeable, like you actually got to place them, some worlds would just have them literally everywhere. Have I written any long-form stories beside No Home for a Hero? When I released the second episode, I looked through some of the old stories that I'd written up. I don't think I have any other long-form ones that I've like actually done major projects with, but I do have other stories. Trying to think of what ones there are. There was the Machine Mystery one. I remember that existed. You know, I can look through Google Drive and see what I've got. Hold on. And you know what? We'll do that real quick. Google Drive, Google Drive, Google Drive. The cataloger, no, it's still the same one. I know I had something. Oh yes, the demon in my world. There was the window prompt. What's this one? Oh yeah, the Ready Player One rewrite. I forgot I did that. I know I've got more stories somewhere, I just don't remember where all of them are. And I know I have more ideas. I have tons of story ideas. That is the struggle of an artist. You have all the ideas, but none of the patience to actually make them work. Oh, right, I can't say this. There are some poems on the website that I've written. I forgot about that. I don't have any other stories there, but I've got various little poems I've just done over the years. So there's that, I guess. I've not ran the climax in the beta, but I can just imagine how bad it looks. Yeah, with the climax being so old, it's probably not very good looking. Just a sneaking suspicion. Still live? 2.5 more for a new record? It's only been 4 hours. I think that's the first time I've heard someone call the climax pretty great. I won't lie. Hi, Clyde. Welcome to hell, Michigan. Does it still slip in the beta? I don't know. Somebody who's used it, let us know. Because I have no clue. Eureka and Fort Bragg. Did they have 3 truck climaxes, though? I think Shays were basically the only ones that had 3 trucks. Oh, that is a good image of a climax. I will admit they do look very nice. They look very pretty, even if they're a little slow, and thanks to that wheel slip issue, a little annoying. But hey, they work, they're functional, they're fun. The Heisler goes 25 miles an hour? Oh, wait, hold on. Switch. Okay, perfect. Oh, okay, downhill. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, but standard gauge is different from narrow gauge. Standard gauge 3 truck climaxes and Heislers. Yeah, I don't think there was any 3-foot climaxes. Or Heislers, for that matter. Okay, boink boink. Yeah, but yours, is it a 3-truck narrow gauge climax? That is the ultimate question. Yeah, we did the same. Hit 25 miles an hour with a cook coal on a downhill. That was fun. We actually did that earlier this stream, in fact. One was built for the Colorado and Western. I remember from Heiss's video long ago, back when he was community manager, didn't they have a 3-truck Heisler, but it was fictional and never actually got built? Pick in the Discord. Interesting, interesting. Did they add a brand new spline this update, or is it the same spline? It's the same spline. At least from what we know. That'll clear. That's acceptable. Welcome back, Sax. Not much is going on. Jors, I would prefer if you send messages for images in relation to the stream in the Discord rather than in DMs. And plus, somebody's already shown the 3-truck climax, so. Was the loop-de-loop built yet? No. We tried, or at least somebody tried off-stream. Didn't work. That's just life. Boink. Okay, good. Well, narrow gauge, remember. Narrow gauge. There was never a 3-truck Heisler in the narrow. I probably shouldn't bonk into that so hard. Well, you know, I'm just gonna re-rail these. Gotta do it the cheap way. Because screw that. Bonk. Bonk. And into the shed. You go. Perfect. Now we have one last thing I want to do before I wrap up the stream. We have 6 cars over here that need to be sorted out. And I might as well do them. Alright. I have to... Game? Why do you keep doing this to me? Ah. Alright, tater tot. Take a log. Put you forward, take off the brake. Hit the reg. I turned off the brake. Oh my gosh. Train. Oh, right, rolling resistance. I need to worry about rolling resistance. I forgot. In 3 years, we'll remember funny roads online for this and 3 launching. Donk. Favorite loco from the coal update? The cook. Ruby Basin and 10 Mile are overpowered. Or not 10 Mile, sorry, Tweetsy. 10 Mile is okay, but I like the good tender engine. Medium to small size tender engine with a lot of power that's underrated. Ten Mile is a little bit buggy, but it is a nice locomotive. It's cute. It's pretty, but I don't know. I just kind of like the Cook a little better. Looks great. It's a classic style locomotive. A nice tender engine. It's not so big that it's overwhelming, but not so small that it doesn't do much, or much of anything. And again, it's a little bit underrated because, like, it's the competition from the update is the it's like, God, the Basin and the Tweetsy are just so boringly broken. I may include the Basin in my logging save to run to the iron mine. My friends who play with me want it, and I am opposed to it, though. Personally, I think it's just overpowered. Because, like, it's the second fastest locomotive in the game. It is a bi-directional engine. And it's just got a lot of power for its price. The Tweetsy, at the very least, has a very, very high price, so that all the stuff you're getting out of it is a little more balanced, but Ruby Basin, not so much. I do like how the Tweetsy looks. The Tweetsy looks cool, but again, with it going 30 miles an hour and having the second highest power rating in the game, it's just like, okay, well, I guess there's no reason to buy a Class 70. Oh, wow, the water level's actually going down. Oh, never mind, it's not going down. Thought it was going down for a second. If I were to base my favorite engine on looks alone, I would have to go with the Tweetsy. It's got a good appearance to it. It's nice, it's pretty, it's cool. Glenbrook is pretty in ref. I don't know what in ref means. In reference? What are we referencing? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Okay, in red. There we go. That's the line. Linked handbrakes are off. The only real complaint about the basin is the weird long link causing the first car of a train to derail on curves and switches. I've had a few weird derails with that link. Does anyone know if and when this hotfix is coming? No. No clue. I don't seem to have much of anything in the way of telling you when an update's coming. They just drop it out of the blue. Which I guess isn't bad because they're not making false promises, but... Have a good one, Jors. Thinks 2 weeks is a hotfix. How long have I been working on No Home for a Hero? About 5 years. Off and on, adjusting the story as I see fit. Currently, there's only the first 2 chapters written, so it's not really close to complete, but... Agent, please back it up really quickly. Okay. We still didn't lose a piece of raw iron. Thank goodness. But yeah, the original story was called The Cataloger. And that thing has been around for forever. And again, since I modified it, and removed that character and whatnot, it's now a bit different, but... Bonk. Bonk. 0 raw iron. Perfect. I might work on it more, but it also might take another month to work on, because, first of all, it's a lot of writing to do. Second of all, those videos haven't done very well compared to the other videos recently. Like, I've had fun making them, don't get me wrong, but... If we just look at my content tab... It got like 19 likes compared to that to other videos where I got like 71 or 25 or something like that, you know, way higher. Does the Tweetsy go past the car speed limit, or is it completely removed so it can go at any speed for the cars? Yeah, in the beta the car speed limits have been... I actually think the speed limits haven't been altered, but the car abilities to derail has been. I've run a Tweetsy on the beta, just for a simple test. If you want cliff notes on what the weather update does, I posted a video yesterday. And, I ran 40 cars, 40 empty hoppers. No problems. Made it down a 2% grade, full regulator. No questions asked. Minimum radius 70 meters. Which is my general minimum radius. And I think on that note, where's the engine? Oh, it's over there, right. Save game. There we go. Game saved. Sax, you joined just to reenact your curse. I'm just wrapping things up here. Been a fun stream, been good hanging with everybody, but it also happens to be 4 p.m. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I don't want to go for another 6.5 hours like I did on Thursday. But, what was the other thing? Right. I woke up 4 hours and 30 minutes ago. The stream has been going on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I kind of need to get some food and get some stuff sorted out for the day. But it's been fun. It's been good streaming, and I need to do this more often because, well, it's just a blast to hang out with folks. Oh, man, why is everybody joining right as I'm starting to end the stream? Just wandering around and wrapping things up, that's all. But yeah, I really need to stream more often, because you're not the only one who's been cursed. Yeah, it's been a good stream today. I definitely need to do these way more often. Get a 5-hour energy? I've never had one of those before. But I'll probably stream again this next week. I'm not exactly sure when. I'll probably ask my Ko-Fi subscribers when I should stream. Like what time, what day. Because, streaming is a lot of fun. Just getting to hang out with people, getting to vibe, talk about the game, do all this sort of stuff. But for now, I must call it here. I will continue conversations in the Discord. Like, I'll be active there for a little bit, talking about anything that anybody wants to bring up last minute here, but thank you all for joining. And I hope you all have had a fun time. I certainly have. And I'll see you all around, either next time I stream, or maybe on the Discord, or maybe in a video. Who knows? Cheers, everyone. Have a good day.